Hello everyone, I hope you all are having a good Thursday. Today we meet again to continue the Gran Turismo 4 playthrough with the least amount of cars possible that I started a few weeks ago. And what we have to do today is a couple of professional events. There's only 2 cars left to buy, and I think we'll probably buy those today. We'll see how races evolve. Great, I can read you all, give me a second. So the plan for today is completing, well, maybe as many professional events as I have to complete. And among those we have the tuner events, which I think the title is good enough to explains what I'm going to do today, and the truck which I have in the garage explains what I'm going to do today. It's there just staring into your soul. I don't know why it doesn't let me see my own live streams. There we go. Hello Gaman, hello Gotsu, hello Tesla Model Y. Hello Ludicrous Phil, hello Random, I hope you guys are doing well. Excuse the FPS stutters while I'm alt-tabbed, you know how it goes. So, what we're going to do now is get behind the wheel of this thing. This truck, which I have used already. It already completed Japanese Championship, and it was pretty good actually. But the final test lies on completing the Tuner Car Championship, I think. And yeah, sure, I could do something else, but I think everything else is either over or underpowered. Hello Kiss, I'm doing alright. Welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. Hello Siginus, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. I think I have most parts. Let me check things out. Randomly dizzy, been having that issue. Have you slept well? Maybe it sounds dumb, but you know. Usually when I don't sleep well, things get interesting and not in a good way. I'm going to need this. And this is all, yeah, it's probably all upgraded by now. Yeah. And I have the Supercharged. Good. It's a matter of only bolting it into the... No, I don't want to leave Gran Turismo mode. Only a matter of bolting it into the Tacoma. Supercharged. Maybe it's too much. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see that. And it should be fine if I don't qualify. This is also done. This is all done. Randomizes it, that might be payable for completion without buying cars. Okay, so you just want to complete it until GT World Championship, okay. Hello Sanko, welcome to the stream. Hello Kiri, hope you guys are doing well. I was wondering if you meant 100% completion. If you meant 100% completion, I will be pretty interested in that name. Eh! Opus 2000 on Rough PTR, I mean... It's not the Yellowbird though. But this is the first grade. I mean, instantly I get a grade with the Upper S2000, which is the car I wanted to beat. Sure, we can say it's discount Yellowbird. Can be everywhere. At all times, you know. Can't split myself in two. For now. maybe possible, but I mean, I don't know if it's possible. You will need a lot of luck. I'm still curious in a randomizer save file that doesn't require a randomizer seed that doesn't require you to buy any cars. It will be a pretty interesting concept, actually. Mission 34 isn't that bad. Get a bit frustrating, sure, but it's possible, don't worry about it. Just because something is kind of hard doesn't mean that it's impossible. Do I have more torque on the... I'm kind of holding with this, guys. No CRX inside? Yeah. The CRX has graduated and has evolved into an S2000, which then evolved into the upper S2000. Maybe the mediums are overkill. Maybe the mediums are overkill, I'm just saying. It's not like they're... like I'm demolishing them. Guess we could say we're kind of even on speed. They do have the upper edge and handling, which I always going to have, to be honest. Unless things get really bad. The AI can do those things, and the AI can't because it's the AI. Yeah, I'm kind of cracked on handling, to be fair. Oh, God. Kind of cracked on handling. So I might just down-tune this thing to sport tires, really. I don't want to, but it might be too boring otherwise. Then again, I could spin in every single race to make it interesting, and that will balance it out. Deserved? What for? I didn't know being good at something was a punishable offense. Yeah, the S2000 LM is actually good, but it's kind of in that weird performance tier where it cannot achieve much. But it's a really good handling car. I'm sure that spin may cost me the race, but whatever. Yeah, that spin's probably going to cost me the race. In my defense, I wasn't playing GT4, so I just actually been playing Assetto Corsa lately. So my jumping from a wheel to a controller is kinda something. Oh, okay. Okay. Never mind, I'm not the only one who has issues. I'm taking this. I'm not complaining. I am not complaining whatsoever. First place, everything was planned from the get-go. Never doubt my planning skills. Never doubt my planning skills. Everything has been already arranged. Everything you're watching, everything you have watched in this channel has been already established and written. there's no random element to it, no surprises. Yeah, okay, make a image. No. Thank your twin for this. It's not my twin, it's a relative. So it's gonna be Fuji, yeah, it's gonna be Fuji. I don't think I'm swapping the tires. I don't know. We'll see how it behaves on this race. So today I noticed that there's a new TXR game being announced, and it's actually available on Steam, which is pretty interesting. Guess we'll have to wait and see what comes out of that. I do hope something comes out of that. God, the size difference between me and the Upper S2000 is so funny. It's just so fun. It's like aim twice its size. Oh, don't crash into the roof. Never play a TXR game. You have to play one. At least play 0 or 3. They're really fun. Maybe I have to start the TXR playthrough on the channel soon enough. I have a habit of not finishing playthroughs. I need to check something with San Andreas still. See if I can recover my save without editing a new one, which will be really nice. I still have to tell you all what's been happening this week, which is kind of important for the future of the channel, but I still haven't found the right way to say it. Plan release for 2025. Yeah, I noticed that. Honestly, I like to be patient with this sort of thing. My god, we're all bumping each other. I like to be patient with this sort of thing, you know. Still too early to say anything, but it's really good to see that they're trying to come back, at least. The intention is there. Well, the execution will have to wait a little bit. But the intention is there, and that enough, I mean, deserves to be pushed so people start noticing and making a bit of a fuss about it. So it's important that it makes the round, so more people are engaged in it and they see the interest. We're bumping up each other. No. Panos time is part of history already. It's not. That's not going to happen again. I actually never played Importuner Challenge, and I don't remember much of it, so I'm not sure if it wasn't 100% a Genki game. I think they borrowed the engine or was something like that. I don't really know. I don't remember because I never really had access to it, so I never really cared. Never mind, this is pretty tight. This is a pretty tight three-way fight. The stream needs more likes. True, Antonio, you're right. It needs more likes. It always needs more likes and more shares and more of everything. So if you want to help me out, do as the man says and leave a like on the stream. Uh-oh. Great. Controller? Controller, what are you doing? No? Okay. Okay. My controller isn't responding. Give me a second. I swear, this thing... once again, I had no steering. The brakes took like 2 seconds to engage, despite me having the trigger at full lock. Yeah. This is gonna be annoying, actually. This is gonna be pretty annoying. I think I'm gonna place third. Of course, it all has to happen on the final lap of the race. Of course, it had to happen at the final lap of the race. Maybe I have a bit more handling through here, but I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. Okay, the Opera S2000 brake tap, but still I'm not going fast enough. Yeah, no, I'm gonna place third. Man, this is gonna be a pretty interesting shuffle for the points. So me and the roof are going to be tied with the Opera S2000 and... what the hell? Thank you, random USB disconnect. You costed me a race. I hope that doesn't happen again during the stream. So much for this being a borderline perfect playthrough of GT4. I keep making mistakes in the middle of the run. Hello, 4 o'clock, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. What I find fun is I kind of managed to recreate the grid from my thumbnail without trying too hard. It's only missing the actual CTR. But outside that, we're good. Oh. Yeah, we were talking about that just now. I guess it's going to monopolize the stream because it's the news of the day, really. Honestly, I think Night Runner has a lot of things to worry about, especially if TXR manages to have consistent race starts. If they manage to do that, TXR could be the most broken game in the world, but it'll still be more playable than the Night Runner's demo. I will have thought I will be slipstreaming an S2000 while driving a truck. Surely nobody in the group expected it. Not only that, I'm actually keeping up with them. To the point where even the controller braking on itself doesn't slow me down. He's gonna have more handling than I do through here, probably. Probably. Never mind. So bizarre to maneuver an S2000 with this thing. Then again, I probably have better tires than he does, so makes sense, but still, it's just so uncanny. They do have really good speed, though. That I can keep up, but not outright overtake them. Yeah, imagine being on a tiny S2000 being chased by a truck and then being overtaken by said truck. And not just that, just watching that truck outmaneuver you through corners. I think that's recipe enough for a mental breakdown. This is what the NASCAR Truck Series wishes it was. Naming this channel to Blue Tacoma. I don't get paid enough by Toyota to actually rename my channel. Renaming my channel will take a lot of effort. But if Toyota wants to sponsor me and wants me to sell their trucks, sure, whatever, I'll sell you anything. Even more so if they actually manage to pay for my driving license fees and everything. Who plays second? Oh. This is pretty useful to me because now it means the upper S2000 and the roof are tied while I actually get to pull away from them points-wise. This is pretty good. El Capitan is going to be mine. I kind of feel bad though for the R34 though. It's just so uncompetitive, which is a shame because I really like how it looks, but it's so uncompetitive. The Mines Lancer is the Mines Lancer. I mean, I really like it too, but you're kind of used to seeing it last, despite how much I like it. Just meant to be back markers. That's a Mugen S2000, I think. Or a Spoon S2000. No, that's a Spoon S2000 with the blue plate. Yes, that car I never really driven, so I can't really say much about it. But it's an S2000, it's probably going to be good. Thing is, it's probably outclassed by other S2000s in the game, like the Amuse S2000 and the Opera S2000. The S2000s as a whole in GT4 are really good cars. Can't go wrong with them. Like the R34, then he proceeds to door you, though it's not reciprocated. It doesn't matter. It's not like I'm going to remember it anyway. It's not like anyone is going to remember it anyway. It's just another R34 in a game which has over 100 of those. Maybe less, but you get the point. Doesn't really matter what it thinks, it's just... it's just destined to be forgotten. No matter how many Nismo badges it has, no matter how limited units they made, it doesn't matter, it's just going to be forgotten because it's another R34 in GT4. Just because I like it doesn't mean I'm going to remember it. Hey Ubas, welcome to the stream, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Couldn't read much before starting the stream, but I found out that a quick set of news that Mercedes-Benz is actually dropping production shifts for the S-Class in a surprising change of events. This new generation of the S-Class isn't such a good seller and they're actually struggling to move units. Usually it used to be cars like the A8 and 7 Series which actually always struggled to sell. The S-Class always sold. But now, even the S-Class isn't selling well. Why are you tapping the brakes on the straightaways? It's my controller which just taps. See, I'm not holding the brake trigger and it just taps it automatically for some reason. I don't know what it is, just a controller. Do I need a new controller? Yes, I probably can't afford it though. It'll have to keep working. So I'll just have to keep up with that handicap and just make sure that I can actually win races with it. Knowing that I'll be slowed down in sooner or later. Ah, there's another lap, okay. Counter steering in a controller feels so weird compared to counter steering in a wheel though. My mindset is currently on that, really. The Captain is always harsh on tires, and I think the tires are at its worst condition since the start of the championship. They're still working good enough to the point where I can actually probably do 1 or 2 laps more if I had to. But I don't have to, because this is the end of the race. But if I had to, it will be fine. Who needs a GT wing when you can have racing slicks? If only you could use them in more races. Hey, look at the display on the roof. It's like all 7s. That's interesting. They say 7 is a lucky number, but I don't think the roof got lucky because it still plays 3rd, so whatever. So much for that. Hey, 1,000,000 credits. If only it was this easy, let me tell you. $39 watching, we need more likes. You're right, Diesel Dad, we need more likes if we haven't reached 39 yet. It only takes a second to click the like, and it will help the channel massively if you leave a like, so I will appreciate if you all could. It will mean a lot to me and the future of this channel. So we can teach YouTube a lesson and it starts promoting everything I do, no matter how bad quality it is. God, I'm not maneuvering even the upper S2000 at Tsukuba. This is a humiliation of the S2000. I should have told you that you were all assisting to the funeral of the upper S2000 today, rather than just... Hey, you're angry? You're angry that I'm pulling you down? It's not my fault. It's not my fault that you're being outclassed by a truck, S2000. Get over it. No need to be so violent with me, Jesus. You will have put racing slicks on your car as well, you know. Hey Bass, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. It's going really fine, I mean, it's not that difficult. Honestly, it's kind of overpowered probably for this, but, you know, what's done is done. Even the Opera 2000, which tried to kill me recently, just cannot do anything about it. So much for being one of the best cars in the game, you're getting beaten by a truck. Okay, that was kind of cool. You have to give me that, that was kind of cool. Well, I put one wheel on the grass and I lost the truck. But since I know where reverse is, I can actually do that. Excuse me, coming through. You just have to catch my relative once again. My slightly decolored relative, because that's a lighter shade of yellow. It's not as bright as my yellow. Yeah, fine. Hey, sub 1 minute lap in Tsukuba with a truck. Okay, that's kind of optimistic with the braking there. Okay, fine. Probably a bit unnecessary, to be honest. Maybe I actually can take the small detour and start knocking cones next lap. We'll see how far ahead I am. I don't think this lap is going to beat my previous best lap though. And if I go and knock cones on the following one, there's no way I can actually beat that 58, so... It might have to do that, that might have to be my best time for this. But still, it's still below 1 minute, which is good enough. It's always my benchmark for this series. Even with that accident, I did a 57, so... Who knows what would have been if I didn't understeer there. I don't think I can actually... No, I cannot take that detour with that thing right behind me. I'm gonna lose the position. I think I'm gonna lose the position anyway. Can knock this once. There, one. Just one, okay? We'll do more next time. Promise. I already did 200 kilometers in this thing. Which in Gran Turismo terms is more like 20,000. But you're prone to put miles on a car if it's the only car you use. What is the only race I lost? No, I lost two. Apricot Hill and... No, I didn't lose Apricot Hill. I only lost at Fuji. I placed third at Fuji. Because the controller disconnected on the middle of the final lap. The rest is fine. 4 out of 5 isn't so bad. Even if I was expecting the perfect sweep, but what's done is done. In the end of the day, it didn't matter because I'm still first. And I'm going to get a car which no one, even myself, actually uses, so... It's going to make for a nice extra for my bank balance. My GT4 bank balance, I should add. Wow. That's a big-ass exhaust, though. Roof and the Opera are tied. Yeah, it's kind of funny. They just switched positions on different races, which meant that their points were the same. You don't see that a double tie every day. No, I don't need this thing. Yeah, I do wish to save. Yeah, it will be nice if you could actually drift on GT4, but you can't. I mean, it's really, really hard. necessarily hard, I will say. Sure, let's do Goldman Cup, why not? Probably gonna get on the MX-5 for that, yeah. Oh, it's the one everyone was talking about. Will I be able to beat this race with an MX-5? I mean, at least it's not a CRX, but still. There's no Elise. There's no Elise. I'm not sure if I should be concerned or... Not really. That's a real slow start. Probably it will cost me the race being such a slow start, but we'll see. We'll see how they manage through corners. If they lose too much time through corners, then yeah, it's gonna be fine. I really like that prelude. Color is really pretty. Uh-oh. By the way, if you haven't left a like on the stream, I will seriously appreciate that you did, so we can get this channel to more people, and it doesn't take anything but a second. You don't even have to stop watching the stream. Yeah, that Clio B6 could be a problem. Already 5 seconds ahead. We're going to... Good. Good. That isn't so good, Prelude. So okay, this thing rejoins the track. I actually move slightly to avoid crashing into it, but the Prelude taps me, and then the Fiat Coupe also taps me as well. So they just kind of box me in between the two. Yeah, this thing is kind of anemic. 7 seconds already. I need to see if I have more parts for this, because I don't remember. Stage 1 Turbo Racing. Racing chip. Ah, everything else is standard. Okay, makes sense actually. That will explain the lower acceleration actually. But yeah, no, I don't think I have a chance against the Clio. The rest maybe, but the Clio already had 7 seconds on me, and it wasn't even the end of the first lap, so it seems a bit unlikely, unfortunately. Sure, let's just throw more money into this thing. It's not like I'm short on funds, really. No. Next one. So lately I've been testing, I think I mentioned it before, I've been testing a few things in Assetto Corsa Competizione. I didn't play online, I don't dare to do that yet. Why did I buy suspension? Never mind. Completely distracted, I bought suspension, I don't need suspension. Station weight reduction, no. And I mean, it's really fun actually. I enjoy the few hours I actually put into practicing it. Dare I say it's being distracting, but I kind of want to start racing something online. It will be a good way to actually get better at racing. This is standard, and I changed the suspension, right. Never mind. I shouldn't have bought this, but I did. So I might as well use it. Goes to show, you shouldn't... Even being distracted while menuing is a bad idea. Maybe that's too low, let's just do 115. So 6 and 6.5. Probably a bit on the stiff side for a Miata, but we'll see. This is fine. This should be fine. Just a bit less, maybe. Yeah, that should be good enough. It's funny how different the mentality that you need to have to actually play something like Assetto and the mentality that you have while playing something like GT is just two different mindsets, really. The focus that it demands as well, it's much harder for me to be consistent in Assetto than it is to be in GT. Oh, there's an Elise on Speedster, what the hell? Bad idea? I don't know. Might as well try it out though. My start should be much better now that I actually have the drivetrain parts. Ah. The Elise is already first, which isn't a good sign for me. That Speedster was in the way. Not too concerned about any of these. My only concern is the Elise on the lead. Will you give me a hand? Oh. No, you're not going to give me a hand. You're just going to try and push me off. Okay, fine. Yeah, that Elise is probably like 5 seconds ahead already. Give or take. It's unholy how quick that thing is, really. And the fact that it can just appear as an opponent mixed in with the other cars, it just makes this race much harder than it should be. Well, it gives it the illusion that it is much harder than it should be. All you have to do is make sure that it doesn't appear on the first place, or you just bring an even faster car to actually compete against it, because you don't need it for the rest of the grid. It's only the Elise which is a problem. Yeah, it's not even close. It's nothing. That's not gonna happen, really. There's an Elise. Problem solved. There's an S4 though, a rather bright S4. It'll be fun if the S4 actually beats me, because it has left everyone behind. That's probably the fact that it has all-wheel drive and it has much better launch than everyone else, including myself. Great. So really. So many dark cars on the grid, like that. Everything is just a variant of grey and black, and then there's me and the other S4. The only cars which actually have color in them. I don't know how many times I have crashed into that TVR already. Probably more than a few. Still find it funny how it looks on the front. I mean, it's a not about looking car. It's just interesting. Looks so peculiar up front. Hey Espriel, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I'm looking for a car right now. Maybe I should get a PT Cruiser and personally deliver it to Yellowbird. No, you shouldn't. That's not a good idea. But if you find one of those convertible turbo PT Cruisers, that could be a find if it's in good shape. That could be worth keeping. Oh no. Of course. Never mind, I think the S4 is actually going to outmatch me, it seems. Impressive. Did they make those on yellow? I mean, a car is a car, I guess. I should be able to make something fun with it. As long as I have the cameras. I'm gonna go wide. Yeah, there's no way I'm catching up to that thing. What the hell? I'm even getting beaten by an S4? You're joking. There's no way this thing is so slow. That it needs more power even. There's absolutely no way. Then again, it's kind of struggling a little bit. Sure, let's go with soft tires. Why not? 10 horsepower more, sure. That will be good. Honestly, I haven't seen many. I mean, PT Cruisers have kind of disappeared off my roads in the last 10 years. They were pretty popular in the early 2000s, actually. Cadillac Lancet. Those aren't bad-looking cars. I think they're all automatics, though, right? But those are pretty nice-looking cars. They're kind of weird, too. Unless I'm getting mixes in the Alante, that the one which they actually had the body spilled by Pininfarina and they had to ship them by plane, which is one of the most stupid things they actually Cadillac has ever done, probably. It feels a bit more balanced. Still doesn't feel like it will be free though. Especially once the Speedster gets up to speed. No pun intended. No, Sim, I don't know. No. I don't. I don't want one of those, and it will probably be more expensive to ship it than the cost of the actual car. I'm surprised that there's actually still Cimarrons in the row. What the hell? You will think they will be all crushed by now. I won't be against one of those 90s Lanyards from Cadillac though. I don't really remember the Cadillac model range, so the specifics are going over my head right now, but yeah, those 90s blob cars based off the Caprice platform. Yeah, I could get behind one of those if they're in good shape. They even came with a true bench seat until the mid-90s, so you can fit everyone you need. Not that I need room for many people, to be honest. Oh yeah, talking about good used cars that I found. Yesterday I was looking at the classifieds at cars that I cannot afford as usual. And I found a W123 wagon in green, factory green, with a tan interior for $4,000. The car looked really good. The color was factory. I seen a couple of W123s with that color. It was a manual. It was a diesel, so if it's well looked after, the engine will be perfectly fine. That will be a cool find, actually. That will be something really nice to own. Of course, I'm not in the position where I can actually buy it for the time being, but still. Oh, what was that? Why do I almost go into the moon? Did anyone notice that I just jumped? I have to be careful with that speedster. If I'm not careful, I'm gonna lose the race. Shouldn't have let it through, but whatever. Yeah, I could get behind that. Parking it will be an issue around here, sure, but I'll totally get behind that, Aspriel. Sure, I mean, you don't really need a GT3 to be happy. I mean, good luxurious cars. Luxurious car is good enough. Easy, this is the last lap. Look how far ahead we are from the rest of the field. Jesus Christ. Let this sink in. See the difference between me, the rest of the field, and that speedster. It's not even a match. It's not even a match. That's easily, what, 10 seconds? Bit more on the rest of the field? And the other car is the Renault P6, right, which is a pretty quick car compared to the rest of the grid. 12 seconds! 12 seconds away from the rest of the field. Get some longhorns from the front and a cowboy hat and say you just see your yasa to the people who cross you. Nah, that will be too much for me. That will be too much for me. But I wouldn't be against a Cadillac Braham, that's for sure. That is not too much for me. Oh, at least on the lead. Here. Not even bothering. Not even bothering with that. Apricot Hill's already done, don't need to go there twice. Saves, yeah, sure. This is fine. More than fine, I will say. I still don't know who liked the final generations of the Eclipse, really. Not a good looking car. By any metrics. Sure, some people might tell me that B6 is okay, and I can understand, but it's not a good looking car, and I don't think it was probably even a good car at its time, so... Yeah, I don't know where they are now, how many they sold. It seems like past the first generations, the Eclipse didn't have a bright future already. Apricot Hill has no apricots. The reveal of the century. Oh god, that was... got flashbanged by the GT4 Sun. And so did you, because he looked behind and that's on camera. Oh, that's the B6. B6 Eclipse versus Alfa Romeo GT, the battle of understeer. And front heavy cars. Who has the worst weight distribution? Place your bets. Even I still prefer the GT. The GT is 10 times better looking, and it probably has a prettier interior. Well, my eyes also suffer too, you know, it's not your eyes only, Senka. While if apricots are a commodity in the GT world, and they are actually seeked by racers to exchange for cars. I don't know, something... excuses to actually figure out why it's named Apricot Hill and has no apricots. Sunday Cup's always held on a bonsai. Will you imagine that? That will be quite... does that count as disingenuous advertisement? Because in my books it probably does. That sounds like a pretty fun idea for a coffee break, just hunting for apricots around the track. Find the apricots across the track. We'll give you a car and you have to roam across until you find them all. Yeah, but the Alpine A310 has the engine on the back, those two have it on the front. But yes, it's also it's a rear heavy car, well, because it has the engine on the back. Hello, Press Shane, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. It's so funny to me how uneven grids can be on this tournament. Compare this to the previous race with the Speedster where I was fighting until the last corner. And now I'm 10 seconds ahead. Same car, same everything. Nothing has changed. Well, the circuit has changed. But it's not like this circuit is actually on my side because it has an unnecessarily long grid start. Well, rolling start, and you start quite far behind. Oh, it seems the Alpha actually won the Battle of Understeer, and it's now second. No, the one who lost is actually third. The Eclipse lost the battle. The 147 GTA, Jesus, another car with another atrocious weight distribution stat. But I found it kind of surprising that the Eclipse and the GT are there neck and neck, and the 147 is nowhere to be seen. And they're kind of similar. Maybe I'm wrong. But it's kind of strange. Oh, Seoul Central. Yeah, the Fiat Coupe Turbo is one of the... It's literally the most front-heavy car in the entire game. What is it, 60-something to 30-something, the weight distribution of the Fiat Coupe Turbo? Do they have a chance in this? Mother had a 2007 Eclipse, metallic orange color. It was a good car overall. I was pleasantly surprised after I drove it sporty one day. Interesting. So they aren't bad cars. I had an interview with the Ford dealer. While they liked my enthusiasm and maybe even an impeccable impersonation of a Ford GT from 2005, a job was not offered. Unfortunately. I'll probably get something soon, Espriel. Don't worry about it. Good that at least you have interviews. Reminds me of that time that I will send so many resumes per day and I will never have interviews. That's why I decided to work by myself. And here we are. Oh. Will you let me through, FC? I would appreciate that, you know. By the way, if you haven't left a like on the stream, I will seriously appreciate that you did, so we can keep growing this channel and we can continue doing this for a living, which is what I do for a living. I don't think this looks too good for me, actually. Yeah, no, they're completely appalling me. I don't have straight line speed. That's for sure. And if I keep crashing, then it's gonna be even worse. Probably with a better first lap, I might be in a better position. If you're gonna overtake me at once so I can actually slipstream off USRT4. Jesus, that thing has does speed. Okay, I can actually see the EVA now. White looks really good on the Evo 3, wow. Usually you just go for I go for yellow on those cars, but looks really good. Yeah, the Evo 3 looks really pretty. I especially like that double wing design, it's just so unique. Pretty tall too. It's kind of a risky move, but he should have another chance before the end of the race. Have much better handling through those corners. Come on, all I need to overtake him here. We're side by side, probably. Okay. Okay, he's gonna outpace me in the straightaway, that's for sure. So I just need to block him as much as I can. Make sure he doesn't get away from me. Well, that was close. That was a pretty bad race, to be honest, but still, I got the win. That's the only thing which matters. The rest is completely irrelevant. Necessarily close, but it's just part of the spirit of the channel, having really close races and actually winning them. Only in this channel you will see races like those. Those Carlton. I wonder how that's going to perform here. It's a pretty favorable circuit for the Carlton, so if the AI manages to drive it well, it could build they could overtake people on the straightaway. But they're gonna lose a lot of time through here. Ooh, yellow FD. Always good to see those. But it's one of the earlier ones. It has the black rims. They don't look that good in my opinion for that car. I really like the 205 Turbo, it's just so bad in GT4 that there's no point in using it. It's a shame really, because it's a really cool car, but it's just not good in this game whatsoever. So there's not much point in using it really. Which is a shame. I think there's one race more left in this. I think. Could be wrong. Yeah, me too. I wish you had special stage 11 here. I wish we actually had at least an endurance on special stage 5, but no. Can't have that. We need to have 24 hours of Le Mans 2 times. 4 hours of Nürburgring for some reason. But no, we cannot have nice things. It would have been really nice to have a special station 11 in this game. It will have been the best send-off to that track, really. Giving it a final feature on GT4 and giving it an endurance race. Well, 24 hours of Atom Ring Mini. I think that's the closest. That will be a pretty good candidate for Automotive brain rot. You, by the first half of the race, half of your brain will have left your skull, and by the end, you'll probably be a vegetable. Once you finish the race, you just collapse over your desktop and that's it, really. Oh. The screws are scattered all over the track. Yes, Priel. Thank you so much for your super chats. I really appreciate that. Instead of the Fast and Furious, it will be slow and serious. I don't think serious, but it will surely be slow. Thank you so much for your donation. A reminder that every single donation, such as super chats and memberships or membership gifts, or what keeps this channel alive, that's my. So I'm relying on all of you for my support and continuing doing this for a living. So everything counts, and I really appreciate that. That's here. Put this here. Automotive brain rot, those ASMR videos and Supercar Plan. Does Doug Demure and his 30 videos talking about the switches in the car count as automotive brain rot too? I never said you were wrong. That concept Hyundai is such a and stand out on the grid. It just stands out so much because you can tell that the rest of the cars are cars that enthusiasts will own, and there there's a concept car in the middle of the grid. Why? Why? Is this some sort of event where Hyundai decides to showcase their concept car or something? Mechanic video compilations, I lose brain cells at the stuff customers say / do. Well, yeah, I mean, when you see the people who own cars and the way they treat them, I honestly get triggered. So I kind of avoid those. I mean, but yeah, it's really stupid / funny type of thing. Well, one lap at the Nürburgring, but you're in a Carl-Benz patent Volkswagen. I mean, I will be brain rot if you will actually complete it. Oh, Yellowbird 7. Some people would like to be bankrupted by marriage or something. I would like to be bankrupted by an RX-7. That's all I need in life. I will settle with that. I don't ask for much more. Alright, Gatsu, thank you for dropping by. Have a good night. Yeah, people who place things on the steering wheel and just on top of the airbag is just so scary to me. You know, in a way it feels like it's intentional. It's just Darwinism doing its work. But why? Why will you do that? And it's just so common because it's not weird. I mean, there's a lot of people who do that, and it's just. You know what? No. You know what will complete the package? If it's one of those defective Takata airbags which just goes off for no reason. That will complete the look. Just do that in a car which has the airbag recall and hasn't been taken care of. There you go, the ultimate driving claymore. If the CIA or someone else is listening to this, no, that's not an intention of using it as a weapon, it's just a joke. I already know YouTube has kind of shadow banned me, so probably someone else is listening to this and taking notes or whatever. I might as well embrace it, what's coming to me. Oh no, yeah, pretty much. It can always get worse. It can always be worse. Talking about things people shouldn't do. Yesterday I had to take a cab and we called it through Uber, I think it was. Well, it doesn't really matter. What matters is what we had this Chevrolet Classic, which is a Corsa, an early Corsa. I always forget the generation. Which generation is? Let me just look it up. It's a Corsa P Saloon, right? The classic is a Corsa P Saloon, a four-door, which was built until the early 2010s in here. And it has one of the most uncomfortable interiors that you will ever be in. And this one was lowered, which meant the noise road at like 40-50 kilometers per hour was borderline unbearable, and you can barely talk with the people next to you. And since this was lowered, like you could feel the front just getting caught in all sorts of bumps going over, and this is so annoying. And it begs the question, why will you lower a car that you're going to use as a taxi, first of all? Second, why will you lower a car in an area which has streets which belong on a Dakar stage rather than an actual city? NA, I need an NA car. You know, it's either this or this. I think I could go with the Audi. Or not. I'm kind of trying to choose a car for NA races. But I don't know which one I could choose. I could choose the Elise, sure. The Elise is going to be ungodly good. The Clio Sport is going to be fun, but I used it already a lot, and I don't know. Not necessarily an NA icon. Functionality over everything else is the name of the game here. I could use this. It's probably going to be better handling. Well, I would take the Tacoma. I already used the Tacoma for the day. It's not bad, I could do it with the Tacoma, but I want to use something different, really. Yeah, sure. How much? 50 kilograms. I'd rather have suspension on this thing to actually have a better idea. Well, just give it a bit of suspension setup so I can make it a bit more consistent. Don't really want to invest on the gearbox, but I have the money, so I might as well invest on the gearbox, whatever. Who cares? I have 1 million credits anyway. I still have a couple of expensive price cars on the way, so it means that I'm probably set for life for this playthrough. Money doesn't matter anymore. $299. I think 300 horsepower is good enough. It's probably too much. No such thing as late, Gabrius. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I already used this thing, so the essentials are already taken care of. Kind of random, but weather has been pretty bad here the last couple of days, so it means that I haven't been able to actually go out for a run, as I always do in the mornings. My usual exercise has been denied for 2 days in a row already. Does it bother me? Kind of, really. But it happens from time to time, you know. I do have to say, it's ridiculously cold here. Like, super cold, and that doesn't bother me too much. It's nice. You get to enjoy it, but still, it's cold, cloudy, and humid, so it's really harsh out there. Good thing that I can actually work from home and from my room. Don't really have a heater, don't really use those things. I just put on clothes and I'm good, really. Yeah, I kind of like routine. I'm kind of autistic like that, I suppose. When my routine is taken away from me, I don't like it. I actually make it a point to actually wake up at the same hour as every single day, so I usually have, consistency with that. Which is kind of 7 a.m., 7 to 7:30 a.m. is usually when I would leave bed. Try that. But yeah, if the park is all wet and full of dirt, then it's kind of hard to actually go out and run, you know. It will slip and fall. Especially if you have kind of beaten and cheap shoes like myself. You need to be careful with that, actually. So I couldn't do it today, and I couldn't do it yesterday. Oh, CSL. 70 points. Seems this is going to be easier than I anticipated. It's kind of a joke, really. I mean, I don't really think I fit in that, really. It's just... But, it's just kind of funny to make... It's just language that I like to use because it's kind of funny, you know. Oh, see, ooh, this thing slides a bit on the brake, and I'll have to crank up the diesel a little bit. Yeah, whenever I lift off, the thing goes and spins, so I have to crank up the diesel a little bit. Yeah, the M3 CSL is a super cool car. They were kind of fell under the radar because they only came with the SMG gearbox. But now there's at least one company which manual swaps them. Oh my god. Yeah, but that thing has the engine and the radar, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Can't drive it like a normal mid-engine car. CSL was also Europe only. Yeah, there's that too. How many CSLs they made? Like 2,000? 1,000-ish? They didn't make that many. It was a relatively limited car. Which also, you know, helped to its relatively obscure image. But it's not the E36 also had a CSL, if I recall. And that was pretty rare too. I'm not sure if it was a CSL or it was, or they called it the M3 GT. It was a similar recipe to the M3 CSL for the E36, and those are really hard to find as well. Hydraulic sound check on the muffler, 7 out of 10. You know that now that you started doing muffler sound checks, now I'll need them for all the cars present on the dealer on the playthrough, so I can actually make that as a joke on the entire video. Whenever this becomes a video. I really need to find ways to make more videos, really. That's a big problem. I have ideas of things that I want to talk about and require less work, in quotation marks. So I could actually open up and start recording without spending so much time writing and looking for the right words. I know, I'm kind of scared, really. People say I'm scared of success or scared of rejection. I don't know, probably a mix of both. Because, well, if it does well and turns out that I'm not qualified to actually keep up with it, that wouldn't be good. I actually don't remember the sound of the Clio B6 if it's actually that good in real life. I don't remember how they sound. It's just not a part of my memories about this car. It's a lightweight for the US and GT and Europe. Ah, so they're the same car. Okay, I got the names mixed. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, but the CSL lightweight in the US got offered with that white and red-blue color scheme. I don't think if that's how they offered it in Europe as the GT. Because that's kind of the cool thing about the US CSL, the color scheme. It was really unique. And it came with white rims too. It was a really good looking car. By the way, if you haven't left a like on the stream, I will seriously appreciate that you did it, so we can keep growing with this channel, and I'm sure all of you want to help me to keep growing. All of you are good people with good intentions, at least for my future. Yeah, that's true, Lucas. It was a homologation car, so they made like, what, 100 less? There's not that many, and they made it for racing purposes, yeah, so they could actually put them on the racing series. It was SCCA or something like that, where they were racing. Managed to overtake the entire field in 2 corners, that's not too bad. Oh, right, I forgot to change the LSD settings. Never mind. I knew I forgot about something, I just didn't remember what. Hey, look, it's that car that I actually made a video of. For Automotive Suspira. Oh no. Oh no. This is going to be pretty bad with this car. Yeah, no. No. We cannot do this. Back to the pit lane. Time to make those adjustments. Let's put that on 20 and this on 45. Oh wait, no, I don't need this so high. I don't have wheel spin. We're fine. I can make the gear shorter. So it helps on the uphills. By the way, I was randomly checking the marketplace and I found someone selling an Innocenti 950 Spider at a reasonable price. That thing looks so good. That Innocenti 950, it sounds, but let me look it up real quick. The 950 Spider. Oh yeah, this is pretty cool. Yeah, it's a 1960s car. Okay, I thought it was newer. Yeah, that's really cute. Maybe it's not that hard to maintain, you know? But it is a 60s car, you'll have issues with parts, probably. And you'll need someone who knows them, and usually that's expensive. Still drifting, but it's less. Okay. Oh my god. Do you need even more? Really? Well then. Okay. Air conditioning and radio were optional on the E46 CSL. There was bets about among management about the rate of buyers who actually added them back in and who didn't. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Wondering who actually added the equipment back on. Why will you option the car without it then? Especially air conditioning, because you need to make the ducts and everything, and just you might as well order it with AC, you know. It's gonna be pretty expensive to retrofit all of that. $85.15, so those 15% cars are quite a rarity. Because I don't know, I mean, When you think about it, even race cars have air conditioning nowadays. Wasn't Innocenti like an attempt to have a... Innocenti used to be independent, then it got bought out by Fiat, right? And what they tried to do when Fiat bought it was just make their models just Fiat but a slightly upmarket. Seriously, it needs to be talked how Fiat was allowed to pretty much buy everything in the Italian car industry, usually with the support of the Italian government at the time. Because in a way that choice was kind of the downfall of many brands, just being swallowed by Fiat and brands which usually were competitors, like say Lancia, Alfa Romeo and Maserati, just being forced to actually live with each other kind of spelled their demise. Oh, you're gonna drift again? Initial D, but it's in France. Oh, the Stellantis rabbit hole goes so deep and it's so funny. I was reading right now, I mean, the Stellantis is saying that they're not selling cars in the US and they just killed most of their most successful cars in the US. So it begs the question then, why are you doing that when you need sales? Give Maserati back to Ferrari? Pfft, I mean, I know a lot of people think that's a good choice. And in a way, maybe. I mean, Ferrari's kind of bulletproof in the sense that they're their own thing and they're not subject to... They just operate by their own. So that might be a good thing. And sure, Maserati did okay when it was under Ferrari, but at the same time, I mean... In a way, I would like it to see to go to someone else. But the question is who? And yeah, I don't think there's probably a better choice than Ferrari at the time being. As a German, I have to admit, the Italian British knew how to make fun and good-looking cars. But good lord, you better know how to work on cars. I mean, that applies to everyone. But yeah, that's true. The other car is really trying. More like I'm kind of struggling. So 25 and see what happens. 25-12. See what happens. Maserati's been through... Yeah, it's been through so many owners, it's kind of hard to keep track of, and... Not only that, it was just... Maserati had it really rough, really. It's just it never had stability to begin with. Which is why I find it reasonable that a lot of people claim for the Ferrari days, because when they were under Ferrari, there was some degree of stability under Maserati. But at the same time, I mean, that kind of ended with them building the Gran Turismo and Quattroporte for unnecessarily long times. So yeah, the early years were with the new... Well, it wasn't new, they just rebuilt the 3 3200 GT, I think it was called, the Maserati Coupe, and they just made it the V8. And then came the Gran Turismo to replace that. And the Quattroporte was always built up on those platforms. It was just a saloon based off the Coupe, so... The Quattroporte is a really special car, though. It's a shame that they only come in automatics, well, F1 gearboxes, I suppose. But I always had a soft spot for the Quattroporte, really, of all generations. There are ones which are better than others, really. And well, I mean, compared to everything else, they haven't gone crazy on price because... Sorry? They... You know, it's a Maserati. Yeah, the MC12. The MC12 is a pretty curious case. But it's a beautiful car. Beautiful car, and it was excellent at racing too. Personally, I know this is kind of going to be weird, but the Maseratis which kind of attract me the most, well, not the most, but the ones I will really like to get my hands on out of curiosity, are the B-Turbo cars, all of the generation of cars. I don't know. They just seem interesting. And from what I've been able to find, it's only the early cars which have the most issues. Later cars were improved upon, and they have excellent interiors. Outside, the exterior isn't so bad. I think it looks alright. But yeah, I always been curious about those. I mean, if I could get my hands in one, I will be pretty pleased, I guess. It will be a pretty interesting car to talk about. I mean, yeah, in a way I'm kind of on the fence on that route. I mean, sure, Enzo was a character, but so is everyone who achieves everything to anything to a degree. It's kind of the approach that sometimes you need to take. I mean, I'm not really going to criticize the guy. I wasn't there. And I don't really have much to say. I don't know much of his story, personal story, you know. But he surely got things done. Good way, good results, bad results. You could argue that, but they surely did things. Yeah, the birth of Lamborghini is just brilliant. The birth of Lamborghini is like... it's excellent. It's literally just I'm going to do my car, but with blackjack and hookers moments. And my god, he actually did. Not just that, they just beaten Ferrari at their own game at releasing the supercar, so... Yeah. And then in a couple of years, Lamborghini went down and they had to be bought out. Yeah, that's something that always kind of pokes into my mind when thinking about Enzo. It's just like losing his son is just... That was probably brutal for the guy. I don't think anyone's prepared for that, so... That must have been so harsh to put up with. Ridiculously harsh. Yeah, sure, a bit of rolling never hurts. So races more. The thing about the Lamborghini and Ferrari fight, there's someone who actually found Ferrucci's original Ferrari, I think it was, and I think the videos are on the Tyrell's Classic Workshop channel. I think they found Ferrucci's original Ferrari, and they were trying to see if the clutch of the car was as described, a part sourced from tractors, and I think that's where the trail goes cold, and so far that hasn't been able to be proven, which will be a pretty integral part of the story, because everyone says the clutch was straight out from the same supplier that Ferrucci used it for his own tractor line. And that's where everything just skyrocketed into chaos. Or either the clutch was the same, or he swapped the clutch from one of his tractors. It was one of those, but still, that hasn't been able to, I have never really seen if that has been able to be proven or not yet. That's something I find funny about the car industry. It's like, yeah, sure, we have a lot of histories here, but there's not enough efforts to actually certify those stories. So my assumption is that there's always a fair bit of myth on everything related to the car industry, because there doesn't seem to be that interest in proving if those stories were correct, because it probably helps a few people that those stories are actually kept, as stories, adding the whole drama and the character and all the elements which people put on their stories. A bit of fiction never hurts to sell a few cars, Yeah, there's a lot of he said, they said, yeah, there's a lot of half-truth and a lot of myth, a lot of things which probably never were said before, but they're still taken as fact. It's kind of hard because nobody documents those things, and it's not like, say, actual world history that doesn't really have the same coverage, the same. What's the word I'm looking for? The same scrutiny. There it goes. Yeah. Don't know what's really going on, but I'm here on lunch. I'm blaming Yellowbird. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate that. Just to show that I could actually run my own news media agency if I had the funding. Anyone listening wants to fund my absurd ideas? It'll probably be better than TV, let me tell you. I don't know how much you're gonna earn, but it's surely going to be better than TV. Even if they were mids, yeah, I mean, that's kind of my point. In a good story helping you sell a few cars. How long is the supposed waiting list for a Ferrari? Still 3 years? They always say 3 years or thereabouts if you want to order something from them. That's even... I don't think that's even how it works, really. I mean, imagine if you order a car and it delays 3 years and you just land into the model change. Sorry. Random hiccup. You just land into the model change. What are they going to do? Give you the new car, even if you didn't pay for it? It's always so weird to me. There's nothing. There's no... I don't believe in that. There's a massive waiting list for a Ferrari thing. I think there probably is a waiting list, but it's probably not that big. Talking about Ferrari, I'm not sure if some of you have heard that the Roma is going out of production soon enough. Which is a shame, it was a really nice car. I mean, I liked it personally, I'm just biased towards front-engine Ferraris, to be honest, but... yeah. Kind of a shame, really. Today I seen a Rolls Royce. Ooh, that's cool. Don't know which model, so I was looking on the site. Was it a new one or looked like the Phantom? I mean, the game of numbers says that it's probably a Phantom, but it could be Wrath. It could be something else. No, obviously Ferrari is making more cars than ever. There's absolutely no doubt about that. I mean, I think everyone's building more cars than ever. All of those brands are building more cars than ever. I mean, Porsche is building more cars than it ever built. Lamborghini is building more cars than it ever did. Who else I'm missing? Those are like the main three when it comes to sport cars, which are still, you know, relatively popular. The question is, which cars are they building more of, you know? How many Euros is Lamborghini building compared to Huracans or Aventadors, if they're still building those? By the way, if you haven't left a like on the stream, I will seriously appreciate that you did so, because it really helps out the channel to keep growing, and I would like to keep growing, and I'm sure all of you want to help me out. Users make up... yeah, of course. I mean, they make up more of half of Lamborghini's sales. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense, really. We'll see how Ferrari does when they release the Puro Sangre. That will be interesting to see. The FUB. I think the amount of cars built is the problem. I think that's just a false dichotomy type of situation. I mean, manufacturers themselves will produce more parts for all of the cars, sure, but they're probably different arms, so you can produce cars and produce spares at the same time. You can do both. It probably lies on the interest. I mean, do you really want to? Do you really want to invest in maintaining the infrastructure of these cars? McLaren SUV, yeah. That has been a rumor for quite some time, hasn't it? I don't know. Part of me believes that. Part of me believes that it's now that Ferrari has launched a SUV, McLaren will probably try to do so. But the problem McLaren has is that it's not Ferrari. And you might say that's kind of dumb, but the thing is, McLaren actually has issues to sell cars. No joke. I mean, McLaren has. I'm not sure if this has changed, but last I heard, they had to offer discounts to actually move units of their cars. And they aren't the easiest sellers out there. So I'm not sure how a McLaren SUV will actually do. I don't really care if they offer SUVs or not. I think that's irrelevant, really. I'm more interested in the long-term scheme of things, which is kind of out of reach of manufacturers when you think about it. I mean, yeah, sure, maybe they could do something, but it's not exactly it's not exactly the approach that I would like to see. They're all still tied up to what is decided by the EU and the United States, really. And if they decide to ban everything they're building on 10 to 15 years, then that isn't going to go well. Even if I doubt it, I will say the same. I think the cost of banning ICEs is too high and nobody's going to take it. There are reports of Ford offering a four-door Mustang down the pipeline. I mean, that will be interesting, but the question is, if they offer a four-door Mustang now, why didn't do it before when saloons were actually profitable? It seems kind of counterintuitive, but at the same time, Ford has this big problem where its sales are tanking ever since they started to cancel the cars which actually people wanted to buy. So it will make sense that they're actually trying to build a car for a change. At the same time, another thing I read about Ford is that they're delaying a couple of EVs that they're making. Oh, they don't give me money for this thing? Why they don't bring the Crown Victoria and Falcon nameplate for the new sedan? Probably too soon, you know. Probably it's too soon to speculate names. This thing doesn't get a turbo. Let's see if this one does. I don't think this car gets a turbo, right? No, I'll just turbo the Miata. Yeah, sure. It works. This works. Is anyone buying the actual new Capri? Has anyone seen a new Capri? I mean, they don't exist here. Ford's biggest seller here it will be it's probably the Ford Ranger, and the top trim Ford Ranger in Argentina is a $60,000 vehicle, by the way. Little bit of information. $60,000 for a pickup truck, which is in the rest of the world is considered an entry-level pickup truck. Or Cybertrucks run around your city, but no new Fords. Yeah, Ford isn't selling. That's the truth of it all. They aren't selling cars. That is how fast it is. Really fast. That's as much as I can tell you. Professional? Turbo races. I hope this is enough. I don't really want to throw more money into this thing. More like I don't really want to use, make it easy on myself. I want interesting races. Yeah, Eduardo, we can ready just fine. Oh, hey, look at that thing go. Yeah, exactly. They stopped building the Fiesta and Focus and was like, why my cars aren't selling? Ah, no. Look at your range. It's kind of scary to drive this thing with a turbo. Man, that Corolla is fast. Kind of weird looking Corolla. Ah. Damn. This is kind of on me, to be honest. The Focus 3 was a really good seller here, and it was for a long time. Top range, the titanium was considered like, the average, well, I wouldn't say average, but those cars which are not premium, well, depends on the country, but they aren't premium cars, but they are really high-end for their segment, and they're usually owned by people who do well. It's not like saying, you just buy a loaded C-Class. It's like saying, I cannot think of a good example of a car which is... like that. Hey, Holy, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships to the channel. I really appreciate that. Anyone remember Ford Racing? I absolutely remember Ford Racing. The first one on PS1 and Ford Racing 3. Yeah, that one I remember a lot too. Thank you so much for the memberships. I take this opportunity to remind you all that all sorts of donations help me as I stream and make videos for a living, so everything helps and it's always really appreciated. Yeah, Mr. Truck. Yeah, we did that at the start. Now it's just Turbo Elise, which is a bit of a handful. Can run longer gears with this thing. Get out of here, Arctic 7. This thing needs a few LSD tweaks. Alright, it's Fuji 80s, there's no chicane here. The moment I touch the brakes, the moment it starts sliding. What the hell? $126? Yeah, 126. Kind of a 127. To the chicane, yeah, I have the RX-7 right behind me. Kind of impossible. My god, we're so far away from the rest of the field. It's gonna stutter a little bit. I'm gonna change something. Okay, now we're good. I haven't played the original Ford Racing in ages. I do remember about it a little bit. The only thing I remember is racing cars constantly and Fiestas. My memories go that deep. The one I remember the most is Ford Racing 3. I spent ages playing that one. And that one was an excellent game. Really, really good. However, for some reason my PC couldn't handle the races with the Ford T, and I never got past that point in the career. Let's do 45 and 30. If that's too stiff, I'll just come back and do 40. The price car is irrelevant, really. Completely irrelevant. Oh, Super on the lead. Uh-oh. The thing I remember the most about Ford Racing 3 was that random voice which appeared each time you selected something. It was so weird and annoying, actually. I'm playing Ford Racing one at a friend's house when we were about 5 years old. That kid and his mom later went to jail for selling hard trucks in her high school. It sounds like a story I actually know of. The world is surely small, and there's no such thing as creativity anymore. I never played any of the Project Gotham Racing games. I want to try them, but They seem kind of hard to emulate, and there's no way I'll start chasing an original console to play them. Maybe when I can actually afford the required setup. But even then, that seems kind of, you know, kind of annoying, really. I don't really want to fiddle with old hardware, console hardware at least. Never been the biggest fan of consoles, really. I always preferred PC. Alright, Josh, good luck at work. Thank you for dropping by. I'm just destroying this field, my god. So much for 149 A-spec points. The rest of the field didn't even see me. That grid has so many of the classic Japanese cars, and I can only hear the tears already. All the JDM enthusiasts. No, it's just piano cars with an Elise. Yeah, I completely beat all of your cars with an Elise. Cry about it. No, I mean, I've been exposed to consoles, but I always been exposed to PC as well, and I always preferred PC for some reason. Just seems better to me. The only thing which stands out on consoles for me are console exclusives. And when I was a kid, right, on the early 2000s, PC compatibility was a bit of a mess. And even then, I preferred PC over my console, over my PS1 outside the games which are only on the PS1. My god, an eclipse on this grid seems so out of place. You know, it's really funny that this is a race for tuned cars, and there's an Audi S4 which... Yeah, these S4 have a reputation for actually putting a lot of power, but they also have a reputation for blowing up if you actually modify them. So it's kind of funny to see them on this grid, but I do like the color though. I absolutely do like that color. And I wouldn't be against one of those S4s, I will actually love one of those S4s. Especially in that color, green. Stand out. I don't really like cars which don't stand out. Just the way I see the world, I suppose. Oh god, I taken that corner sideways. Ah yeah, the Eclipse is out of place, but not you, understandable. Excuse me. The Eclipse is completely outclassed by everyone on this grid. I'm competitive. I'm seriously competitive. Look what you have done. You have distracted me. You know, that tunnel sound with this exhaust note sounds divine. Absolutely exquisite. It's the sort of thing you will place on a greatest hits Sounds of Humanity record. Watch someone just steal my AD and actually make a fortune with it. Oh god, it's gonna go sideways. It's gonna go sideways. Oh, whoa, okay, fine. No gravity moment. Damn it. Hey, give me a speed bump, thank you. Don't understeer, man. Come on. He's understeering too. Come on, the all-wheel drive is getting to him. He has no tires. Go. Go. Sorry if you mounted a boxer like muffler, so you can say you own a blue Impreza. This is superior to an Impreza. Hey Luxio, hey Chaser, welcome to the stream you two, hope you're doing well. It wasn't a miracle, it's just pure driving skill. Miracle. Do we really believe in miracles in this channel now? Yeah, I was talking about the color shade on the S4. Yeah. Hey Elias, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. New York will be interesting. Dodge SRT4 on the lead. Another Eclipse. Oh, yellow Impreza. I like that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Thank God for the Impreza being a brake wall to slow me down. GT. Hey, if it survives until the end of the race, that thing's really cool. There's two Mitsubishis and both of them are white. Ow. And I don't know how an SRT4 is leading the race. It just puzzles me. Then again, it is New York, so if it has 300 to 400 horsepower stock, well, not stock, I mean modified, it's gonna put a lot. It's gonna be really quick on the straight line. But it surely doesn't have the handling on the corners. So it really begs the question how the thing is leading the race so comfortably. Oh, yeah, fine. Mid-engine brakes on GT4, right. They aren't good. Why do I hate Evo X so much? I have no idea, actually. I thought the Evo X was actually good. It always had a pretty good reputation, as far as I know. Probably not with JDM enthusiasts, but the car as a whole was pretty good. But I don't know, I think finding parts for them is kind of hard, right? I think that's the main problem nowadays. That's why they seem to have disappeared from the scene. They used to be much popular a few years ago, but now they're just gone. Eggs are bread with baked mozzarella sticks. You know, that doesn't sound too bad. Yesterday I realized like how much I got used to eating smaller portions of meals, really. Just something which is on my brain. Oh, the Impress is coming. Hey, this two yellow cars versus a blue car. No, I'm saying that I gotten used to eating smaller portions of food, something I realized yesterday. Because I was feeling full with a relatively small meal. Which is good. I find that I personally think that I eat too much for the few things that I do, really. Probably eat a bit better too. Doesn't help that most of the things I like I kind of, you know, junk food and stuff. Mostly sugar. I really like sweet things. Really like sweet things. In the end, it was the Impreza which actually kept up with me. By the way, if you haven't left a like on the stream, I will seriously appreciate that you do. It only takes a second, and it helps me to keep doing this for a living, so... we both get something out of this, so... Midfield. Well, midfield's gonna be fun. Oh, what's happening with the 3000 GT? Okay. front-wheel drive moment on the RS. Gonna chase the leading guys. Leading in purple. Oh, I need to see pictures of that. That sounds really cool. And the early impresses. That sounds really pretty. You know, since I've been practicing at Assetto Corsa, like now my mindset is try to avoid making contact with the opponents. I could probably tune out the weird spinning out when they're braking, but it'll take me time and testing. And it's good enough to be competitive, so we don't care really. Back into this. But I just read every message really. There's not that many messages. By the way, if you want to join my Discord server, there's a link in the description. You should totally join my Discord server because that's where I announce when I'm going live. And also it's a way to meet new people. Pretty sure most of you need to meet new people. So yeah, join the Discord server if you haven't already. Damn, second time I make this mistake. Being too aggressive. I have to brake a bit earlier with this thing. Oh, the Audi understeer. I'm not sure if you can see it, but I surely managed to see it. Still atrocious, but survived. Need to change something in this car. I just probably diesel. Oh no, just doesn't matter because I won, and not just that, I won the tournament. So this thing is going back into the garage. Another triple A-spec points race completed with ease. Is it me or is it the car? I like to believe it's a bit of both. Yeah, that's a win. That is a win. Time to get another car, which I'm not going to use. For absolutely nothing. It's gonna be sold off and probably for nothing because, you know, they sell cars really cheaply in GT4. Way below their value. Oh, drift car. What are you, drift car? I just want to sell you. I just want to put you in the sell market. Yeah, there we go. See. So, what's there to do? Professional events. Aha. Despite this thing sounding like in Impreza, it cannot enter this race because it's not an Impreza. Why sell the FC? Because I don't need it. That's simple. So, it's time to buy a boxer car. Which boxer car? I think it's this one. I think this is going to be my choice. My god, that's a stutter. I never used the RGT, really. I mean, sure, it gets... Can the RGT enter League B? Yes, it can. It has to be, right? It has to be. It 100% has to be. There's no other choice. There's no other choice possible, is it? There's no other choice possible. Yeah, that's kind of my problem. It can't get a wing. It's really stupid because this is totally not a GT3. So it will be pretty cool if it got a wing. Well, there's a CTR2. CTR2 is kind of unwilled. It's kind of understeer and there's not much you can do to correct it, really, unfortunately. This on. Yeah, it's a pretty fun car. Yeah, probably not for this. The brake controller, brake balance controller. Yeah, let me look for something real quick. And I'll just get back into this. RGT Bird. It's the younger version of myself. That's what we're going for. We're not adding power upgrades for now. Don't think we need them for League B. Light Yellowbird. Oh, it has soft tires. Interesting. Really interesting. That's 9.4, okay. Just gonna set this thing up. RTT. Is it really like this? Yeah, it's really like that. Interesting. I'm gonna go for really soft springs here because we're on the new evergreen first. Gears are really long for some reason. Good old Porsche gearing being longer than you actually want to. At least that's one thing they got right. What's the LST? Let me check. 20. Ah, yeah, the LST I might just test myself. See how that goes. Okay, let's skip this a test. This is going on the Nürburgring first, so it needs to drive alright, really. If it has bad handling, I'm in trouble. Nürburgring? Yeah, Nürburgring. 5 credits for practice. That's probably the cheapest practice you'll ever get. Imagine if it costed you 5 euros to enter the Nürburgring with a car. See how the gear ratios are for this too. It's really eager to turn in. That's really good. Gears are probably too short for the circuit though, so I may have to play with those. Because it costs about 30 euros per lap. That's cheaper than I actually expected it to be. I was expecting it to be 3 digits at the bare minimum. Okay, the car's good. Just have to extend the gear ratios a little bit more. Ah, but I'm running soft. That explains a few things, actually. Still, whatever. I'm just gonna go with softs. Shouldn't be too bad. It's only a single lap in the Nürburgring. I'm not gonna die, right? Nürburgring is a public road. Ah, it has a toll. That's really interesting. So this is Lake B. Let's go. RS4, an SL65. Thus, the SL65 isn't going to do well in here. Oh, the bumps. This suspension is real stiff. Gears are still a bit too short, it seems. I really like those CLK 55s. I would love to get my hands on one of those. See if you can manual swap it too, that will be cool. Good SLB12. SLB12, SR4 wagon. Really cool lineup there. Both are green, by the way. That's fitting for the circuit we're on. There's an E50. Oh, thank you, SL65. Thank you. Oh God. For those who didn't notice what happened, the SL65 tapped me and sent me into a wall when we were landing on the jump. Lesson learned, don't go side by side with the AI. Great. Perfect. See, I told you that car shouldn't be here. It's gonna understeer. Of course it's gonna understeer. It has no grip at high speeds on the front. Damn it. 10 seconds, come on. Yeah, that one goes too, I guess. Yeah, no. I'm sucking at this. Just in case. Just in case. Maybe they're too long. I don't know. Better be safe than sorry. There's an Argentinian guy who went to Europe and actually got one of his cars into the Nordschleife, it seems. Didn't watch the video, usually don't really follow Argentinian channels that much. All I know is that he got ahead of me, and that's unacceptable. I need to beat people. I'm falling behind, you see, in life. And that's where you come in. If I get places, I'm taking a camera with me so you all can see those places. So in a way, an investment in me is an investment in your entertainment. Are you going to crash me into me again, or not really? Yeah, oh, he just turns into after the jump. It's just so... Of course he crashed into me. Now it makes sense. Now it all makes sense. Things you learn by just watching a little bit. Easy. Easy. Oh, God. It's a shame that you cannot make the suspension any softer for this. This is all caused by stiff suspension, by the way. The car is getting caught on bumps and it's kind of unwieldy. It's not bad handling, it's just the bumps on the road and how GT reacts to them makes it really hard to manage. So yeah, that stiff suspension is absolutely a problem. And no, I cannot make it any softer already. The RS4 is pushing me. So, you're telling me that if you have something which goes past 250 kilometers per hour, you'll get fined at the Nordschleife? Is that what you're telling me? Why is me going to a ring at the same day as Yellowbird only to annoy him? Yeah, you're not gonna annoy me. What makes you think that you're gonna annoy me? Great, I shall stop raiding you all. Imagine being fined for speeding on a racetrack. That will be the peak of absurdity. Truly a 2024 moment. I mean, as far as I know, Germany has actually cars which can keep up with most sport cars, so you could have a police chase in the Nürburgring. If the drivers are good enough. Are you on wheel and controller? Controller. GT4 is always in controller. But yeah, exactly, Superior. So it will be a peak Germany moment. That's exactly what I thought about it. Driving yourself there? I mean... I guess so. It's a younger relative of myself. But it's funny because the 996 is kind of the same age as I am, which is 98, well, a bit early, a year earlier than myself. I'm 99. So me and the 996 are kind of the same age. Which makes sense, because when I think Porsche, usually 986 is what comes to mind for me, because it's the car that I grew up with, and then came the other cars, of course, which are equally as important, but the car from my age was the 996 and then the 997. So I remember both really well. Yellowbird lore. Every single stream is Yellowbird lore, it's just a matter of being there for... not to miss it. It's not something that I have control of. Things just happen naturally. They're spontaneous. You cannot central plan lore. Nothing. You cannot central plan anything, let alone lore. So the lore is written as my streaming career evolves. So that's exactly why you should watch and make sure you don't miss any single moment. 991 generation. Yeah, but the 991 it was like bit older when the 991 came out. So yeah, I remember those. I remember the 911R, which is kind of a funny... was kind of a funny debacle, being the last manual in quotation marks, and here we are. I remember all the complaints about the electric steering on the 991s. By the way, if you haven't left a like on the stream, I will appreciate if you did, so we can get this channel to more people, and I'm sure a lot of you want to help me out to keep growing too. Given that you are all good people with good intentions, that will be nice to have an extra like on this stream. I don't really remember if this thing had a bespoke engine, actually. It will make sense that it did, because it has like 380 horsepower. I think it's a 3.8 liters engine. Is the SL65 second? I don't make it. Shouldn't have braked so early if I wanted to take care of the cones. Yes, the SL65 is second. Well, I'll be damned. I was certain it will then last. All of you to assume I'm a good person with good intentions. I mean, you're here. Why would you be here if you weren't? Racing German cars. Sure, let's go to Tokyo for 2 laps. Makes complete sense. Oh, RS6. Yeah, but the problem with the GT3991 was the fact that they caught on fire early on. Do you remember the whole issue of 991s catching on fire? That was a bit of a moment. Yeah, because Roof is considered a standalone manufacturer, so they have their own chassis numbers. Therefore, they are considered their own manufacturers. Yeah, exactly. It's up here. The metrics for League A and League B are so weird that they don't make much sense, really. Yeah, Golf 5 can be an opponent in League B, yeah. Which is funny. And it doesn't make much sense, but I am all up for it. I mean, in the rest of the world there are roofs too, because they have their own chassis number, their own plaques, their own everything. Because the Porsche bodies are kind of irrelevant when you think about it. If the one that has if the one which is certified as a manufacturer is being roof, and they just completed the car and the car is under their wing, and it's going to be under their wing and the rest of the world. But now Roof makes their own bodies. My example, the new CTR, which is like kind of a throwback to the 80s CTR, has a complete body made by Roof, which is complete carbon fiber. And that, if I had... I know it's never gonna happen, but I would love to custom order one of those things. I'm probably too late, because by the time I can actually probably order one, they won't be in production anymore. But that will be pretty fun. Custom ordering my own car, making the most absurd one-off spec. Because I can, and it's for me and for no one else. Hey, we still remain in Japan. Ah, there's the Golf. Yeah, in the US they're on Obtainium, really. Oh. I won't say it's weird that they didn't end like AMG, because I think the story is the fact that Porsche didn't want to be associated with Roof, because they didn't like the well, it's not like they didn't like, they found the cars they were making too extreme, so they didn't want to be associated with them. So what they did is just like let them go their own way. Because they kind of like what they were doing, but they just didn't want the risks of saying, well, these people are pulling crazy power build cars into the streets, we don't want that risk. So that's kind of why it didn't happen, or so the story says. It's that they just never were interested in them. But they could spare offering the bodies rather than just stopping their entire operation, really. In a way, it was kind of useful for Porsche anyway, so yeah. Yeah, it could be a good video idea to just dig into the entire Roof model line and explain every car, I suppose. It will be a good exercise for me to actually know all the cars that I don't really know of that well. I'm gonna go into the sand. Yeah, I'm gonna go into the sand. Really good exercise to just look into the story of the cars that aren't that well known and see what I can find. Finding details and finding footage for all the weird cars, yeah. Yeah, if it could get a wing, it will be crazy good, to be honest. But sadly, it can't because reasons. However, the BTR can get a wing for some reason. Alright, Random, I thank you for dropping by. I think I wouldn't say it's invisible. The word I will pick is obscure. It's hard to find details on these cars because there are so few of them. And it's not exactly like Roof shares many details either. So it's kind of a tricky situation, really. Language barrier could be kind of bypassed, really, with translators. It wouldn't be that bad. Yeah, 3 out of 5 are Japanese, yeah. We don't know what high-speed ring is. Can we assume Japan? Maybe you could say that it's a German club, German car club in Japan. For lore reasons. Well, that will make more sense, really. Yeah, true. The only German track is Nürburgring. Oh, great, there's one more. High-speed ring is in Japan, so 4 out of 5. Yeah, so the theory of it being a Japanese car club in Germany, German car club in Japan grows. I mean, it will make sense. They could finance a trip to the ring. But if that's the case, then why it's under the European event? Aren't those supposed to be in Europe? There's so much to speculate here that it's actually borderline stupid and kind of funny. Hey Famine, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Nope. It's on the other side. In the end, the gears were longer than I expected. Creating my book on GT4. I never played GT7 really, so I can't really judge. To be honest, I mean, I would like to judge it myself, rather than buy all the things people say, because that's now a really good approach. Especially if you're going to put yourself in public and talk about it, I guess. But yeah, I heard that it's kind of grindy, and I know that all the issues with car pricing, and a lot of people aren't happy with all the GT vision stuff and whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that theory makes sense, because I forgot the final race was in Suzuka. I actually thought it was El Capitan for some reason. But no, it's Suzuka, so 4 out of 5 literally take place in Japan. What? Who is this? Get out of here, Golf. League A was the previous event, not here. Yeah, sure. That works. There are so many SLs, though. There's like 1, 2, 3 SLs. Do we have one from all the ranges? That's a 65. The one behind me is a 600. The one ahead has to be a 55. Please tell me it is a 55. It certainly has an AMG plaque. Which one is remains to be seen. No, it's another 65. Another 65, or I misread? I'm still probably missing a SL500 though. The 600, 65, and if that's a 55 then... No, never mind, that's a 55. Interesting. So many SLs. I mean, I kind of like this generation of the SL, to be honest. Sure, do you drink diesel for breakfast? I'm a healthy person. I don't consume diesel. God, I need to get used to the brakes on this thing still. I only consume the finest fuels, you see. Diesel is not refined enough for me. It's funny because in the morning I was doing this circuit with a steering wheel on a completely different game, And now I'm doing it in GT with a controller and just playing GT. Which means I'm driving completely differently. But still. Hey Juanma, thank you so much for the super chat, I appreciate that. Hello chat. Yellowbird, hoy no nos dijiste nada lindo. No, Juanma, no te voy a decir que te quiero, no, esas cosas acá no van. Thank you for the super chat, I appreciate that, man. I would recommend trying kerosene. Jokes aside, the smell of kerosene is actually kind of cool. But I prefer the smell of petrol though. I missed the perfect one, Sexer. 1.01.1111, that's kind of cool. God damn it, I'm still understeering. You have no front grip, get that into your brain already. You cannot take 130R thinking you're driving a GT3. You're driving a production car. Finish. Gonna get another car, which I'm not gonna use, really. These things are really cool, but they're not what we're gonna use. Where are you? Time to put the yacht for auction. This is done, this is done. I don't know what I'm going to do with this. This I can do. This I can do. This I need to buy a car. Sure, let's do this. Do this real quick. Trajecano. Hey, hey, look, it's a Gisette on the lead. Oh, damn right, I forgot to swap tires. Right. This is mediums. The races are really long here. I have softs. Germany. I have bought mediums before. Sure, I'm gonna do stage reduction. Wait, stage 1. Weight reduction, stage 1. Stage 2 might be too much. We're not that far off the pace. We're not that far off, I'm just gonna go with stage 1. And if not, I can just qualify. If it's that bad. I'm recording. Yes, I am recording. Looking forward. Yeah, I had to reroll, and there's no Chiseta here. But there's a Vantage V8. It's something. Yeah, you win some, you lose some. How much longer you plan to stream? Ah, no, we'll see. Welcome to stream, Scott. Hope you're doing well. Re-rolled. I'm sorry, I didn't have the tires. What am I supposed to do? Just race with tires which are going to die after 2 laps? I don't think so. Hello. Just gonna throw myself in, Lotus. Hope you don't mind. How is that Vantage on second place? How? This is insanity. Ouch. Rear engine brakes. Rear engine brakes. Can't believe I'm still not used to you all. We used the Vantage V8 a couple of streams ago. Not for this run. When you all picked my cars, I actually did Tuning Car Grand Prix with the Vantage V8. Yeah, we did the Tacoma race at the start of the stream. Went better than I anticipated. It was kind of overpowered, really. Now we're just kind of sweeping off remaining races, really. There's not much left to the run, actually, when I think about it. There's only Boxer Spirit, Supercar Festival, and a couple of European events, really. But among those European events lies 1,000 miles. So... I don't know what we're going to do with that. I could edit it in, I could beast-spec it. I could do it all by myself. 12 hours being alive again, what's sleep? What's eating? Nah, all done for the sake of entertainment. Of course. Okay. My idea is there's a challenge mod for the... There's a mod made which it turns every race into an endurance on GT4. And my idea is just doing a spec run of that when we reach the goal. I'm finding some sort of challenging rules, whatever that I can do, but it's gonna take a while, I think. So I'm kind of thinking of maybe different idea, I don't know, because it could get really long, and I don't really think everyone's going to be up for that, really, from what I've seen. I don't know, but I could keep it up all the way to GT World Championship to simplify. Rather than just doing regionals and things like that. But yeah, it is just making some sort of challenge run with that mod. No, that's the kind of the thing. It's just kind of a mod which gives you all cars already. So money is kind of irrelevant. Kind of showcased that mod before on the channel. I think I did a single stream and yeah. There's no reason to grind for money because you have all the cars already on your save file. So the challenge is kind of self-imposed by choosing cars, really. Yeah, I think I could post it on Discord if you need it. The link is on the stream I made. Cheers, if you want to check out the GT Planet thread. Right, yeah, I always put the link of the mods that I use or who made them. M5 is still ridiculously good on GT4, by the way. It's not a bad car. By any means. It's actually a pretty nice car. Hello Jeffro, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. It would be nice if I actually took the corners properly. For this endurance mod, there is a mod made for GT4 which turns every single race into an endurance. That's what it is. I really like the engine sound on this thing, to be honest. I know, just can't. I can't believe it. I can't believe this is how. Well, probably not this spec because it would probably be more. It would probably sound a bit more, but it kind of has that inline Boxer 6 sound. At laps, yeah, the races are much longer. They're just like mini endurances, each one of them, every single race. I already made a stream showcasing it. It's on the live tab of the channel if you want to see it when this is done. You understand more of the run that I have intended. Just give it a watch. Moment of truth, who's in third place? Still the Vantage? Ow. Vantage still placing above of all the other boats. So good at it. Not bad. Oh, 5 laps at Grand Valley. What I'm gonna do though is just to break the gearbox a little bit because I can Front slightly shorter gears. Yeah, the bandage is going to be dead last in this one, I feel. HP for 4 horsepower not found. I mean, I can find my horsepower just fine with this thing. Can't say the same about the rest of the grid. I'm not gonna understand into the wall though. Well, it's not a wall, it's more of a guardrail thing. Yeah, this thing has really good handling, to be honest. Really good handling. Even with mediums, I'm just fine. The only issue that you have is a bit of high-speed understeer, which is kind of to be expected because you have no grip over the front wheels. But if you manage that, this thing's really quick. Reminder that I'm not running anything outside. I'm not running any power upgrades, just drivetrain. On weight reduction stage 1 and oil change. That's all I'm running. I mean, the Lotus Spray is a pretty cool car. Especially the V8 ones. That was perfect. I knocked every single one of those down. Strike it one. Look at them go. The ground physics are just so stupidly satisfying in this game. Voice crack. Perfect. Can I go for these? Nah, they're too far away. Got one though. Got one. There's those. I'll actually try to route my way into those. Yeah, but the Sprint 350 has always been a good car in GT. I mean, I'm not sure much about its stats, but by example, in GT3 was really good. GT4 I never really used it myself, but I know it's good. So it's always a competitive car. It is always a competitive car, and there's kind of a rule which is you should never underestimate losses in GT races, which is kind of true, because they are always, for some reason, one of the most overpowered cars in the entire game. At least when the AI drives them. I should focus on what I'm doing for a change. Yeah, this lap is going to be atrociously slow. Why there's a cone there? At least I took some of them out. Some of them. Not all. Yeah. Couldn't get them all. I need to stop playing with those cones, otherwise the 350 is going to catch up to me. I'm not scared of the Elite Esprit. I'm not scared of it at all. I'm gonna go wide. Of course. What are you doing there? Of course, the moment I just tried to take that corner a bit harder, of course, what I was fearing happened, and the car loses control. Under braking. Excellent. Yeah, that's why I was braking so early for that corner and half tapping the brakes, you see. Because these cars have a tendency to just spin out on that turn. But it felt pretty stable, so I decided I might as well try it out. No. Ain't happening. Understeer, always nice. It's probably a bit further away than I was. No, I'm gaining on it. Whatever. We're taking the creative route. So I can try to overtake it through here. I don't think I can overtake it through here, but maybe I can get a better exit than he does. Yeah, I can get a better exit than he does. Damn it, so you're telling me that despite my spin, that lap was faster than all of my previous ones? What was I doing then? Jesus. Oh, Lazard. This is gonna be fun. Emma's going to V-Spec. There is a chance the Vantage actually does well in this circuit, but no, because it's the Vantage and it's undrivable. Yeah, it's hard with chicanes. It's usually hard with chicanes. Very few cases you actually get to use the other layout. Getting past the back markers. I'm lighter, but I don't think if I have... I'm not sure if I have the power to actually outrun these guys. The Vantage is pulling hard. The spree's nowhere to be seen. I still have 5 seconds away from the spree. What the hell? I'm closing to the M5. Kind of want to use them 5 for Slipstream though. He didn't go away, but I didn't get any closer either. Which isn't good news, it's kind of a stalemate. He's gonna run into me, by the way. I'm just gonna let him through. I know how much the GTA 4 AI likes to crash into me. Still holding. This doesn't look too promising. In my defense, I was going to win Grand Valley. Thing is, I kind of decided to try to push for a faster lap time. And I ruined everything, of course. Like always. Damn it. Can we speed this up a little bit? I'm now 787B, god damn it, no. Great, the Panther's pushing me into the sand. Perfect. Can't beat that. There's not much I can do against a wall with wheels. That's more like it. I'm not going to become another 787B. Come on, really? And they all break before pushing me. And so much for a locomotive, doesn't really have much push, really. No, that doesn't work. No, that's not what I want to do. I don't want to go on B-Spec. Who wants to go on B-Spec? No, you just have to brake much earlier with this car. I kind of said that before already. They don't have good brakes. Sport brakes don't really make a difference unless you put racing slicks on a car. So there's not much you can do to improve braking outside using softer tires on GT4. I'm really far away from that thing now. 1 second slower than my previous run, by the way. That isn't promising. I actually went to see Deadpool and Wolverine yesterday. Went with my sister and some of her friends. It was pretty fun. Go fuck yourself, seriously. Seriously, I keep losing time with this thing. Might have a problem here, might be forced to qualify. Making the overtakes much earlier this time. It would be nice if this thing just started accelerating a bit more so I could actually slipstream off it. If you're gonna slipstream off me, at least you could actually... Yeah, but it's not gonna be... the straight's almost over. So you didn't give me anything. Still, I'm getting closer to that guy, so there's a chance that I actually overtake him sooner than I expected. By the way, if you just joined, I will appreciate if you all could leave a like on the stream, so we can get this channel to more people and YouTube stops playing dumb with me and starts recommending whatever things I do. Now we're closer. Finding a good place to overtake this thing might prove harder than I anticipated. Also, look how far away we are from the rest of the field already. Just give that a look. Give the map a look for a second. You will not be disappointed. Oh. Okay, hello. Good to see you again, 350. Okay, you have to give me that. That was a pretty clean overtake. No chicane cuts, nothing weird. That was a really good overtake. You have to give me that. Now, it will be nice to have a proximity radar on GT4. That way I know who's right next to me. Yeah, only the best in this channel. Only the best in this channel. We only do things properly here. Lack of driving skills reserved for other places. I mean, it's giving me lots of trouble, that's for sure. I don't argue with those claims. Kind of funny because both chicanes seem to have like a completely different... You can take it... I mean, I lost a bit of time there, but... You can brake a bit... I always felt that you can brake a bit later for the second one compared to the first one. I don't know, it's just how the way I feel doesn't mean that it's true. Maybe I'm kind of cutting the track there, but, you know... I know I'm kind of cutting the track here, but... I'm losing time there too, impressive. I was certain that I was going faster than he was. Just the way I brake, I'm braking too early. So I'm losing time. Compared to his pace. It's gonna be right, yeah, right behind me. As long as he doesn't crash into me, we're good. Yeah, the mid-engine handling got to him because he has no grip. And they have tons of grip because they can accelerate, and he can't because he wheel spins. See, putting the engine in the rear isn't so bad. Maybe for those type of corners, though. Kind of bad in those situations. Gonna save this replay. I kind of want to see if there's a good angle for the lower take. Oh, Côte d'Azur. Monaco. Yeah, sure. The Esprit's gonna pull away from me really quick here. Can understeer. It's gonna be hard to pull these things, they have so much torque. And torque comes in handy in uphill sections. Yeah, this championship has more more European trucks than the German one. Yeah, exactly. Of course, I just go and tap that one pixel of a wall. Of course. Okay, time to start chasing. I have 5 laps to catch up to it. That corner is never going to be on my side. Never going to be on my side, at least with this car. What they did to that M5, polyphony happened. And GT sounds happened. Nothing else. That's all there is to it. Can we stop bumping into each other at 350? So much violence, you will think this is a scene out of World War II between Britain and Germany. Hi Nathan, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. Glad that you can enjoy yourself while grinding. I don't know what you're grinding, but grinding is always annoying. And I'm glad I'm able to be your entertainment for that. So much for that. It actually took a single lap to actually overtake that thing. Have a randomizer mod? No, this is not a randomizer playthrough. It's nowhere on the title. It's the Roof RGT. This thing. Yeah, it's pretty fun to drive, to be honest. And pretty quick too. Didn't take much to actually make it competitive. In fact, it was pretty easy to make it competitive. Honestly, it's just kind of funny how I was certain that the Spree will have better handling than I do, but that wasn't the case. It's not able to keep up with my pace. In fact, I'm just building a bigger and bigger gap with it, which means I have better handling because this is Monaco. So the only thing which the Spree had on its side is that the massive advantage that you get on this game's rolling starts on Monaco, which is massive if you place first. Seriously massive. Because the rolling start is so slow that you can get like 3-6 seconds out for absolutely nothing. So the only thing which it had on its side is that, and I'm like 6 seconds ahead of it now. So much for that. That's all you need is just a bit of handling, it seems. Still, the last race is going to be a bit of a roller coaster ride. It's 2 laps at Nürburgring. And I'm not sure if you want me to do that, so I'm not gonna skip it, even if it's gonna be pretty long. I'm not going to take that satisfaction away from you all. Did lose a bit of time there. It was 8 at some point, so it's probably going to be around 8 or 9. If anyone at the roof is watching, you should see how good I'm representing your cars. You shall actually give me the keys to one. Doesn't matter that I don't have a driver license. We're going to get past that, don't worry. That's gonna be easy to solve. Besides, a lot of people around here drive without a license, so it's not exactly a problem, is it? They drive without a license, they drive without insurance. They're still fine. So we can look past that, and you can let me represent your brand a bit better. For one, your cars will actually see the road for a change. That lap was really slow. That's the import tax. I mean, I think the import tax is it's not only to a roof, it's just as a whole. It's gonna be closer to what? 60-70% the value of any car you're importing. Doesn't matter, there's a lot of drug money and politics money in here, so you see, I don't know, cars like Ferraris being sold for $1 million. Asking price, and they sell 1 or 2. So that's not exactly a worry. In fact, that's kind of what I have to do. I have to find something which I can import for cheap, sell at an absurd margin, and actually call it a day. That's the Argentinian way. Sell low quality products at a really high price because you're the only one which has the market share. That's how you end up with $1,000 G29 steering wheels. That's really cool, Nathan. Here we're kind of on the first steps to actually reorganize our economy, which will be nice if it actually comes together, but there's a lot of roadblocks. Lots of roadblocks. Lots of people who don't want to lose their little schemes. Because everything here is a scheme to actually make money illegally. if you want to make money legally, you're kind of screwed because the system isn't on their side. So there's a lot of people just screaming and kicking around trying to hold themselves dearly to maintain whatever power they got. The advantage is so wide. The stiffness. The stiffness. Get out of here. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say they're... We're trying to transition from Peronism. I mean, it's literally a socialist model, literally. I mean, that doesn't matter which name you put it. The logic is the same. Kind of had a century of that with little bearings, really. But the thing is, I mean, it's not gonna be easy because there's a lot of people who actually... I mean, everything here is just a scheme to actually live off the state in some sort of twisted and bizarre way, to be honest. I mean, Argentina is a country where there's more people living off the state than actually on the private sector. The private sector is actually a minority of the country, which is absurd when you think about it. And yeah, of course, we're one of the, if not the highest, we have the highest taxes on a country as a whole. To actually maintain all of that jokes. So, in a way, we kind of have to. It's either reform and try to do things different, or just disappear as a country. The stakes are that high, really, if you ask me, because there's no other option. They spent an entire century looking for other options. There's no other option. You either ditch all of this that you have been doing for decades, or you kind of disappear. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, differences are differences, really. I always say that you're never going to get along, agree with everyone 100%. But I do feel that there's a common ground in which you or me or everyone should realize that there are things which work and there are things which don't work. And everything past that is just details. It's extras. I'm not going to agree with everything with my current government. I mean, in fact, I'm going to look at them with a scope if possible. But the thing is, I mean, the core of the things they're doing, we were heading for hyperinflation and we managed to dodge that bullet so far. Which was certain, by the way. On December, the end of the last year, we were heading straight up to hyperinflation. And thanks to a few things that have been done, we avoided that. And everything seems to suggest that the worst part of the of this process is going to be 2024. The rest is going to be upsides. Of course, I mean, upsides compared to what we were experiencing. So we're not going to become a first world country in a week. That's kind of absurd. Personally, I just want my country to realize that there's things which are just impossible. There's things you cannot do, and everyone who promises them, they're just trying to steal from you. It's that simple. Because that's the problem we have. We have a lot of little things in our mind which the Argentinian assumes that they should be free, right? But in reality, they're paying for it through taxes. I mean, we have 21% consumer tax on food alone. Yeah, taxing food is absurd when you think about it. No wonder why people can buy food if you tax it so high. And there's nothing being done about that because, well, there's still a few issues which require the country to gather a lot of money to actually pay debts, because we haven't paid our debts in decades. And if we want to do things a bit different and secure funds for other things, we need to pay those debts. So it's not like you can remove all taxes in a day and just, yeah, sure, we're not going to fund everything and we're just going to remove all taxes in a day. It will be nice, but it can't be done, sadly. The ideal and the reality are just two completely different things, to be honest. Like here, I mean, ideally I would like to overtake this guy in that corner, but there's no room for the both of us. So making that move was kind of wrong on my side. But I still had to take the chance somehow. Ideally, what I should have done was keep myself until the straightaway, so I can slipstream off it, and put my car on the side, and just get past. It's that simple. I actually don't know how much Argentina owns, but the problem with Argentina isn't the debt to outsiders, right? To the MIF and things like that. The problem that Argentina has is the internal debt, because the internal debt is the debt that the state has been building to actually maintain all of its absurd infrastructure, and that has been paid through monetary emission. And that is the big one, rather than what we owe to the outside, to other elements of the world, really, which is a lot, sure, but the real problem is the inside, the internal debt of the Argentinian state. That's the one which is most concerning, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. Deficit is also a big issue. If you're spending more than you earn, you cannot do anything. And that's something which the Argentinians, for a long time, didn't pay attention to. And all of us who say, look, we're spending more than what we earn, were labeled as lunatics. Literally. When we were pretty much living in the economic dark ages, for things that have been known for centuries, we ignored. And of course we pay the price, dearly. We pay the price. I mean, we're a country which has 2 hyperinflations without a war, by example. We have tanked every single currency that we have gotten our hands on. So the lessons were there, it's just people refused to learn and they fell for the same tricks over and over. You weren't going for the pass, you went to the car eating its screens. True, probably. I mean, you have to be healthy, don't you? I want my cars to be healthy, so they can be running on perfect condition each time I need them to be. Again, look how far away we are from the rest of the field. So I guess the 350 is actually a pretty formidable opponent. I mean, if you were driving something more underpowered and you had this grid and you had to keep up with this thing, yeah, it wouldn't be easy. It won't be easy if I actually stay on the grass too. So, let's get out of here, please. I'm faster on corner exit because you're a mid-engine and I'm a rear-engine car. I don't write the rules of physics, Lotus. You should know them a bit better. Not sure if it's rubber band. I mean, it's a genuinely quick car. Really good car, actually. But, you know, wasn't expecting to encounter me, it seems. One day I will finish a clean lap on this circuit. One day. I cannot do it. I just can't do it. At least on GT4, I just don't like the way the circuit feels so bumpy and how little control you have over everything. So, making a clean lap here for me is kind of hard with this setup. At least with faster cars. Even slower cars are an issue too. Gonna go wide. It wasn't that bad. Kilometers on this thing already. Truth be told, the races on the European Championship are really long. And there's long tracks as well. There's 2 laps at the Nürburgring, 2 laps at Les Ardes. Yeah, those races will stack up. Comes the section where I actually start to suffer amnesia and I forget how to take the corners. So the only matter of is just surviving long enough to actually hold the spray back. That's all there is to it. Sure. Go through here. Yeah, he gained a second, by the way. I don't like that car. I don't like that car either, but we're good. Uh-oh. Oh. Putting the rally heritage of the 911 to good use. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. You get caught in bumps and the car just flies off and there's nothing you can realistically do about it. It's going to be the same as the previous lap. So it seems. Uh-oh. Did you do that? Does he hit top speed there? Because same thing as before. It seems like he hit top speed. Actually, that's where I got my suspension set up. He says, yeah, it's just a matter of. Oh, great, perfect, perfect. Ah, that's excellent. So I just go slightly wide and I eat the only wall in that entire section. That's excellent. That is excellent. Come on. Seriously. Seriously, 11 seconds behind. Come on. That is unfair. I was doing really well that race. So much for a good close finish. I actually ended up 11 seconds behind. At least I won the championship, so it is what it is. Well, it's gonna be fun to explain. Let's sell that XJ220. XJ220. You're going up for auction. Yes. Alright, we had a lot of fun today. We completed a few races. But it's time to wrap things up. We're going to continue this on Sunday. I have a few things to take care of yet tomorrow, so we'll have to do that. If you haven't left a like on the stream, now is your last chance to do so. If you really want to help me out, well, you could join my Discord server and subscribe to this channel. And if you really want to help me out, you could join me on Patreon. The link is in the description as well, so if you want to help me out, that's another option you can take. That said, I thank everyone who has joined me. I appreciate your company on this run. And we're putting the final pieces of the puzzle together, so stay tuned because there's only a couple of cars left. And I hope all of you have a good night, a good Friday tomorrow, and we'll see each other on the weekend. Take care, thank you for joining, and bye for now.